Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, June the 12th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et portez le paix, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I will look to Councillor Williamson to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabeg peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is governed by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. And at this time, I am going to head down to the lectern to begin our presentation this evening. Good evening. I will start by saying that it's very different speaking from this particular position than it is from that particular position. I'm honored to present our annual Athlete and Sportsperson of the Year awards. I'd like to start at this time by thanking the committee members who wish to remain anonymous for their dedication to recognizing community members for their contributions to local sport. I also want to acknowledge our councillors who are all here today, as well as I saw MPP Stevens right there, wonderful, in the front row. And thank you to our senior leadership team for being here as well. Sports play an important role in our community. I know this as well as anyone, having been intimately involved in a variety of different youth sports here in St. Catharines and Niagara. And whether it's hockey or skating or soccer or basketball or volleyball, sports allows the community to come together to cheer for a hometown athlete, celebrate success, and admire the determination that our athletes bring. And those involved in sport also become the role models for others. Tonight's recipients of the Athlete of the Year and the Sportsperson of the Year have contributed significantly to sports in our community. At this time, I'd like to call upon Patrick Little to begin our presentations.
Mr. Mayor, Member of Parliament Stevens, members of council, those of you who are present today and those of you who are joining us by the miracle of modern telecommunications, I'm delighted to provide an introduction to the sports awards annually handed out by virtue of a review of the activities of those in a previous year. For this year, obviously, the year 2022, and their accomplishments have merited isolating them, not to the exclusion of others who have accomplished feats over the course of time and in the narrow time frame of 2022, but as a recognition of their achievement with the hope that it will encourage others to likewise dedicate themselves to the benefit that sport and recreation can provide to them. The sports awards were initiated in 1968 through the leadership of David Howes and sports editor of the St. Catharines Standard, Jack Gatecliffe, and have continuously been awarded for the subsequent 55 years. We are pleased to continue the tradition this year and look forward to marking the success of others in the sports and recreation field through the subsequent years. While some of us may have been well past the time when we could participate, let alone have vain hopes of succeeding in a particular activity, the bottom line is we are encouraged by the activity and energy of others, and we are here to recognize that today. We have 2 trophies that are on the left-hand side of the dais. There will be a Keeper Trophy award that can be taken by the recipient with the hope that they will cherish it and show it with pride, and others can see that they have had their accomplishments in a particular year or for a lifetime achievement effectively as something that is worthwhile for them to have achieved and also for others to aspire to achieve. I'd like to call upon Bernie Pachalski to present the award for Sportsperson of the Year.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, city staff, invited guests, members of the studio audience, people at home who still have cable, it is my pleasure to be here tonight to present the 22 St. Catharines Sportsperson of the Year Award to Tyler Bealby. The history of this award is sometimes it's given out as a Lifetime Achievement Award, but most years it's given out either to an individual who spearheaded a group that hosted an event in St. Catharines, or someone who is involved in winning a championship in the city of St. Catharines. And in 2022, there was no championship that was bigger than the Sutherland Cup won by the St. Catharines Falcons. It was the second title for the Falcons in their 55-plus year history. Tyler played an integral role in winning that championship as a head coach, and he's a coach who describes himself as a player's coach who is also demanding. The former Dunville Terriers junior C hockey player cut his teeth in coaching on the Welland minor system, and then he moved on to be a video coach with the St. Catharines Falcons, and he helped that club win their first Sutherland Cup in 2012. 4 years ago, he returned to the St. Catharines Falcons as head coach, and in 2022, he won his second Sutherland Cup. An amazing achievement. It is incredibly hard to win a Sutherland Cup, as everyone knows. The reigning Greater Ontario Junior Hockey League Coach of the Year has now added the role of general manager to his duties with the Falcons, and the organization is clearly in good hands. Congratulations, Tyler, and continued success.
Coach, don't go too far. Come on now.
Can't get away that easy.
Coach, on behalf of St. Catharines City Council, and I will say also on behalf of MP Chris Biddle, who wasn't able to be here today, but who has given me a certificate from himself, I will give you the pretty one from the city of St. Catharines first. Congratulations on this. You and I have gotten to know each other. From one coach to another, I know how much coaching takes out of you, but I know how much it gives you as well. And what struck me when we did our TV interview a couple of weeks back was the passion you have, not just for the game, not just for the sport of hockey, but for the kids. You told me some stories about some of your individual athletes and the way they put themselves out there, and I think that speaks a heck of a lot to you as a coach as well, and to your coaching staff and the things you do. So again, on behalf of the City of St. Catharines, a certificate as well as from MP Chris Biddle and the Government of Canada, but congratulations. And I'm going to call up, wait, you're not done yet. You're not done yet. I'm going to call up MPP Stevens. This is where we get to fet you. You have to allow it to happen, Coach.
Thank you. Not sure how this works anymore, so I'm just gonna stand behind this big screen. It's like see? Something like out of Disneyland, eh? Good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to celebrate with you tonight. As always, Mayor Cisco, City Council, City staff, as well as all of our honorable guests and their family, and anyone that's in the audience, be it virtual or here this evening. It is always an incredible honor as your member of provincial parliament and the critic for sports and tourism to acknowledge the sportsmanship of all local athletes or anyone that participates in our local sports, to recognize the remarkable achievements and the outstanding contributions of Mitchell Armstrong, hockey and lacrosse extraordinaire, and also with great leadership, the Falcons head coach, Tyler Bilby, both who have set new standards of excellence in both sports. From once-in-a-lifetime achievements and accolades to heart-stopping victories to inspirational stories, Tyler and Mitchell have captivated us with their unwavering determination and exceptional talent. They embody the spirits of true sportsmanship, pushing the boundaries and inspiring the future for generations to come. Each nominee represented us the pinnacle of the respective sports, showcasing the power of passion and dedication. Tonight, we honor these extraordinary athletes and coaches and acknowledge their incredible impact on the community. Join me in applauding their incredible accomplishments, and let's pay tribute to the undeniable determination these folks have to their craft. I am sure I speak for everyone here when I say how proud we are to have you both representing St. Catharines and the Niagara region. Being such great role models, all representing our region in such a proudful way. Thank you, and enjoy the night that you are celebrating with us. Enjoy your night and your unwavering dedication to the community. At this time, I'd like to give Tyler, this one's yours. It's presented to you on June 12, 2023. Please accept my sincere congratulations receiving the St. Catharines 2022 Sportsman Person of the Year Award. Your dedication, accomplishments, and drive make us a worthy role model and a recipient of this award. I wish you all the best as it marks a very special milestone with your family and friends. On behalf of the provincial government and the official opposition, I present this with great pride.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess I have to say something, so. I think that's okay. Be all right. I humbly accept this award. First and foremost, I want to thank the hockey players on my team. The truth is, I don't put the skates on, so I can bark, I can draw things on the board, but I'm not the one that goes out there and sacrifices and puts their body on the line. So to my players, thank you very much. To my coaches, I share this award with all my coaches, all the management staff, Frank Ernie, who gave me the opportunity to be in St. Catharines, as well as Greg Jambrosich, Matt Miller, Rick Gurney. These guys, they're my rock. As a head coach, you're only as good as the people around you, and I can tell you I'm not standing here today without them. And so to my family, to my mom and dad and my sister. I think a big part of sport, especially to stay involved as you get a little older, is you have to reflect back on why you still enjoy it. And to my parents, never pushing me and allowing me to love the game for what it was, and not being that parent in the car on the way home that took the love away from it. I appreciate that. I'm forever thankful, and I think that's why I'm still involved. To my girlfriend, Doreen, it's a lot, and you're supportive, and taking on the GM role this year, you're even more supportive, so I appreciate that. And I know all the boys appreciate it too. And of course, to the young man who's here with me today, Mitchell. Mitchell embodies exactly what an athlete of the year should look like. I'm lucky to coach young men like Mitch, and he's one of many, but I know if he keeps leading by example in the city of St. Catharines, our future is bright with the young men and young women coming up playing this sport. So to everybody, thank you very much appreciated.
Now I'd like to call upon the successor to Jack Gatecliff and Bernie Pachowski, Bernd Frank, the sports editor of the St. Catharines Standard and Niagara Dailies.
You're not moving this up. You make me feel short. No, it's all right. It's okay. In 2022, Mitchell Armstrong was an athlete for all seasons, in the truest Canadian sense of that term. After helping the St. Catharines Falcons capture an Ontario Sutherland Cup Junior B Hockey Championship, he traded one stick for another and exceeded at Canada's national summer sport. In lacrosse, the graduate of Sir Winston Churchill Secondary School won a gold medal playing for Canada at the International Indoor Lacrosse World Championship and settled for silver in Brock's loss to Trent in the Canadian University Field Lacrosse Association final. Between his studies as a kinesiology major at Brock, Mitchell also found time to play junior A lacrosse for the St. Catharines Athletics. Fortunately for us, the A's are off tonight, which allows the 2022 St. Catharines Athlete of the Year to receive his award in person. Congratulations, Mitchell, well deserved.
Don't go too far. Learn from your coach. Mitchell, I'll start by saying thank you for being the type of athlete that I want my kids to come and watch play, and we have a couple of times come and seen you display your talents for the community. The laundry list that Bernd just read out about your accomplishments over 2022, playing with Team Canada, the Junior A's, the Badgers, the Falcons, makes you a perfect recipient for the Jimmy Joy Award, the Memorial Trophy. I'm proud that you call St. Catharines home. I'm incredibly psyched that you're a Bulldog. That makes me happy as well. But I also want to thank your family, your friends, your coaches for motivating you. Like I said, it's important for young people in our community to have role models, and I can't think of a better person to be a role model for the young people of this community than you. I've heard your coach tell me stories about your leadership qualities, and as someone who's been involved with youth sports for the last 20 years and was a player before that, you're exactly the kind of teammate I would have wanted on my team, and you're exactly the kind of athlete I would have wanted to coach. So on behalf of St. Catharines City Council, thank you for being you. Clearly that is enough. And thank you for what you've done for sports in the community. Now, I've got a couple of certificates, so hold your applause. You can tell I'm still new at this because I forget things when I walk back and forth to the dais. I do have a certificate on behalf of MP Chris Biddle, and then I will also read out the city certificate presented to Mitch Armstrong. The mayor and council of the city of St. Catharines take great pride in the presentation of this certificate, given in recognition of your selection as the 2022 St. Catharines Athlete of the Year. This certificate acknowledges your achievements, hard work, and commitments to the sports of hockey and lacrosse. We are proud of your accomplishments as an outstanding member of the St. Catharines Falcons Hockey Club, Team Canada Junior Lacrosse, St. Catharines Athletics Junior A Squad, and Brock University's Field Lacrosse team. Congratulations and best wishes for continued success in all that you pursue. Congratulations.
So Mitchell, on behalf of the province and the official opposition, I want to present you with this plaque. I've already said my congratulations to you. You're a fine young man. And I really want to thank you for representing the city of St. Catharines. I will do the final words for you, okay? Because I know how much of a public speaker you really are. So please accept my sincere congratulations on receiving the St. Catharines Athlete of the Year Award for 2022. Your dedication, your accomplishments, and your drive make you a worthy role model and a recipient of this award. I wish you all the best as you mark this very special milestone with your family and friends. Best wishes for the continuing success for good health and happiness. Congratulations, Mitchell. And we got to turn this way so I can get a picture as well. Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. And congratulations.
Mr. Mayor and all those who are present, I trust that you have been, as I have been, inspired by the accomplishments of these individuals. We are delighted to have them be representative of us, and we are hopeful that this will encourage others who are in the formative stages of their coaching careers or of their athletic careers, that they too may aspire to get a signal of achievement in the sportsperson and the athlete of the year. And we look forward to returning before you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council in 2024 for the Athlete and Sportsman of the Year for 2023. Thank you very much.
I will provide some good news. A couple people had asked me, is it polite to stick around for part of the meeting? No, no need. If you were here for the awards, enjoy. Enjoy your evening. And council, we're going to take a 5-minute recess just so we can get the photos taken care of outside. All right, councilors, if I could ask us to retake our seats. And we will bring council back into session. And I appreciate everybody's indulgence there. Brianne looked at me and said, "Oh, we don't need you for photos." And I said, "No, we definitely, I want my photo taken with those two gentlemen. That's phenomenal." All right, so moving on to the mayor's report, and it is legitimately a short mayor's report this week. First of all, I appreciate all the work that was done by my colleagues on council this past week as I was in Chicago for the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative annual general meeting. It was a very fruitful conference. I will admit, I didn't realize quite how wide-ranging this group is. The binational nature of it, I had the opportunity to sit down with a number of American and Canadian mayors on both sides of all the lakes, and the issues that we struggle with are very similar to the issues that all of the other communities struggle with on both sides. It's good to have a binational partnership that exists, like the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, if for no other reason than it calls attention to what we're doing that the Americans aren't, and what the Americans are doing that we're not, that we both sides can be doing better. The leadership that the Cities Initiative has shown over the last couple of years has borne fruit on both sides of the border. The American Congress has passed a number of different pieces of legislation over the last 2 years to increase the infrastructure funding to allow American municipalities to get lead out of their water lines. On this side of the border, the federal government in the most recent 2023 budget announced $750 million for water initiatives and freshwater initiatives, as well as the standing up of the Canada Water Agency, something that's long been a goal of the Cities Initiative. So it was a very fruitful meeting. I brought back a lot of different ideas of things that are happening in other communities. I know Mark Green is very excited to sit down with the laundry list of things I brought back and all the ideas we have. So again, I appreciate those councilors and the deputy mayor for stepping in and taking over for me while I was away last week. The First Ontario Performing Arts Centre released their schedule for the 2023-24 season last week. Another exciting lineup is coming. This season features 60-plus performances by Canadian and international artists, highlighted by Burton Cummings, Jeremy Dusher, Dean Brody, the legendary Downchild Blues Band, and many, many more. It looks like another great season in the downtown core, and you can check out firstontariopac.ca for more information. Residents can now submit nominations for the 2023 Trillium Awards. The city's looking for properties that stand out from the rest with their stunning horticulture, their gardens, their landscaping, and more. All properties in St. Catharines, both residential and commercial, are eligible, and nominators can choose one of 3 categories, including civic beautification, green leader, and community's choice. You can check out stcatharines.ca/Trillium Awards. The city is calling for applicants to the new Ontario Street Corridor Secondary Plan Neighborhood Advisory Committee and a new citizen task force to review remuneration for council, boards, agencies, and commissions. You can check that out at stcatharines.ca/committees. And the City of St. Catharines pools are getting ready to open for the summer season on June 30th. Just a reminder, the pools at St. Catharines Kiwanis Aquatic Center will close for 2 weeks on June 12th for maintenance. And during this time, there'll be no leisure swims or aquatic programs, but they will reopen on the 30th. And the city's outdoor pools will open for the season on the same day. Lincoln Park Pool will open at 11, Lion Dunk Schoolie and Port Dalhousie Pool will open at 1. Registration for summer programs kicks off tomorrow. Once again, St. Catharines residents have a 2-day head start. You can register online starting at 6 p.m. on the 13th, followed by in-person registration at the Kiwanis Aquatic Center the next day at 8:30 a.m. You can check out stcatharines.ca/activestc. I want to send congratulations to the Niagara 2020 Canada Games Host Society, who recently won the Canadian Sport Event of the Year Award and the Sport Event Legacy of the Year Award presented by Sport Tourism Canada. And congrats again to Chair Doug Hamilton, his staff, and the more than 4,000 volunteers who contributed to the success of the Games. It's that time again to acknowledge more local athletes and teams who've recently competed in OFSA championships in their sports. First of all, congratulations to the Governor Simcoe Redcoats, who took home the gold medal in boys AAA lacrosse, and the Sir Winston Churchill Bulldogs, who took home the bronze medal in girls AA soccer. Congratulations also goes out to Dennis Morris for representing SASA at the boys AAA lacrosse championship, to Sir Winston for repping SASA at the boys AA soccer championship, the Eden Flyers for repping SASA at the girls AAA rugby championships. And congratulations also to Cassie Kemp from Collegiate Secondary School, who took home the gold in the women's 800-meter intellectual race, and Baron Walker from Sir Winston Churchill, who took home the bronze medal in the 800-meter novice boys race at this past weekend's OFSA Track and Field Championship. And finally, on the OFSA track, and I realize that this particular high school is not in St. Catharines, but is in fact in Niagara Falls, but just because it's near and dear to my heart, I will send out a congratulations to the St. Paul Patriots and their OFSA victory this past weekend in boys AA soccer championship. They brought home the gold. And I only point that out as a number of the grade 12s are students of mine, and I am incredibly proud of the effort they put forward. For those who are interested, last year they lost in the bronze medal game. This year they played the same team that they lost to last year and won 1-0. So congratulations to the St. Paul Patriots reaching across municipal boundaries in a show of support. Upcoming events. Indigenous Solidarity Day is June 21st, and the City of St. Catharines will be joining with the Niagara Regional Native Centre and the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre to acknowledge that day on the 21st. It will kick off with opening remarks here at City Hall at 10 a.m., followed by traditional songs. There'll be an Indigenous artist vendor market, which will be open to browse starting at 4 p.m. at the FOPAC. At 5:30 p.m., the doors will open for the evening performance at the FOPAC for the local Indigenous talent showcase featuring Old Child Band, Low Animal, Pappy Johns, highlighted by the award-winning Snotty Nose Res Kids, who perform between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. Tickets are free, however, they must be reserved online due to the venue's seating capacity. All tickets are general admission, seating is first come, first served, and you can check out firstontariopac.ca to reserve your ticket. Quench, Niagara's premier craft beer festival, will return to St. Catharines on June 18th to Market Square. The festival features 25 of Ontario's finest craft beverage producers celebrating the best in beer, cider, and more. And for tickets, you can visit showclix.com/event/quench-2023. On June 24th and 25th, the St. Catharines Fire Department will be hosting the Fire Fit Challenge in the parking lot of Seymour Hanna Sports Complex from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The challenge is a competition based on firefighting tasks commonly performed in emergency situations, and admission is free. It's a fun event for the whole family to attend. On June 24th, the Downtown Association will be celebrating the Holi Festival, a Hindu festival of color celebrating peace and forgiveness through fun, food, and laughter. Join us in downtown St. Catharines for a fun day filled with South Asian culture, food, and a color festival like no other. It will take place from 2 to 8 p.m. on St. Paul Street between Bond and Court. Admission is free, and you can check out the St. Catharines Downtown Association's Facebook or Instagram page. And with that, and that was probably the shortest mayor's report that I've had thus far, I will open the door if there are any colleagues around the horseshoe who would like to mention any of the events they attended. I've got Councillor Stevens, if you just want to jump into the queue. Councillor Stevens up first, I think followed by Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to add that on Sunday, June 3rd, I attended the Gutsy Walk for Crohn's and Colitis on your behalf at Fireman's Park in Niagara Falls. And they raised over $27,000 at that event towards that. It's a very good event. There was a good turnout and a lot of teams. Excuse me. Also, on Monday, June 5th, the 23rd Optimus Squadron Air Cadets had their 81st annual review and year-end review, and I attended that as I was a member back in the day, and my father actually was an air cadet that went all the way to rank of warrant officer as well. So it was nice to go and see all the crew down there. And one more thing, so on last Friday, we had a FCAN, the Filipino community here, a flag raising in recognition of 125 years of independence from Spain. So there was a flag raising from that, and then there was a elders fashion show later on down at Club LaSalle. It was well attended, and it was in their traditional garb, all the ladies and men, and it was just a wonderful event. And yeah, it was great to be able to attend that on behalf of council.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One more event that's happening this week, Saturday night. The Grape and Wine Festival is hosting their annual tailgate party at Palatine Hills Winery from 7 to 10. There'll be wine, food from various restaurants around Niagara, as well as music, and there'll be free shuttle parking to the event at night. So I just wanted to, tickets can be purchased online.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say Councillor Lindell and I had two opportunities to attend Decoration Day events put on by the Merritton Legion and Branch 24 as well at the Merritton Cenotaph and at Victoria Lawn. Both were incredibly well done, and it was nice to see the graves at Victoria Lawn of veterans dressed up, including my grandmother's, who was a veteran of the Women's Royal Canadian Naval Service and just passed away a couple weeks ago. So that was a very touching event to be involved in, and so thank you again to Legion and to the mayor for asking us to rep on his behalf.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to extend congratulations and thanks to all the athletes, coaches, volunteers, family members of the oars people who participated in the Canadian Secondary Schools Rowing Association last weekend. I think I had a little bit of wind, but it was pulled off pretty well. So it's always a big undertaking, and congratulations and thanks once again for all those involved, including, I believe, you're a parent, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I will echo your congratulations. And given the weather conditions that existed, I thought that the folks at the Henley did an exceptional job of keeping everything on track and getting to the gold medal races and to make sure that the excellence that was on display on the water was properly recognized. So thank you for bringing that, Councillor Williamson. I have Councillor Stevens again. Councillor Stevens.
I just
Tut.
No, well, I forgot to recognize that Regional Councillor Sal Sorrento and our MPP Jenny Stevens was also at the flag raising, giving greetings as well. So sorry about that.
Very kind of you to do that. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that this Saturday will be the Duluth Yacht Club's annual sail past event, where all of the boats are in the water now and they get to sail past, and everybody gets to salute them as they go by. And it's a great event that Councillor Williamson and I attend every year, and you will probably be there as well. So thank you.
I'm looking forward to it. I did my first high tea this year, and now I get my first sail past. So I'm excited. Should be fun. Thank you to council for all of those additional pieces. We'll move on to item number 3 in the adoption of the agenda, and I will look to the clerk.
So there's one amendment has been made to the agenda. The first, it's an additional bylaw to appoint inspectors under the Building Code Act. So that additional bylaw will be considered later this evening. And then Councillor Lindell has requested that she would like council to consider a motion not appearing on the agenda. And that's regarding a request to review a prisoner transfer per council's procedure bylaw, section M6.4. Motions not appearing on the agenda can only be considered if council votes unanimously in favor of considering the motion. If the motion to suspend the rules passes, then council would consider the matter under the motion section of the agenda. And council would vote on this before voting to adopt the agenda.
So, Councillor, I see your request. I'm going to ask you to hold on to it if we can deal with the motion to suspend the rules first, and then I will come to you. Does that work? Unless it's related to the suspension of the rules. Okay, so thank you. So we have a motion to suspend the rules, moved by Councillor Lindell. Is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Townsend. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Sorry, that's been added to the agenda under, or will be added to the agenda under the motions at another point. All right, Councillor Harris, you had a request.
I just wanted to declare a conflict on item 10.2 as it relates to my employer. And I also wanted to see if we could move up perhaps the report on the mountain biking trail, as there's numerous people sitting in the audience, if council would indulge me to speed it up.
We could move that one to the front of the discussion reports,
Okay.
and that should move things along a little bit faster.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Oh, and Councillor Townsend? Is this related to the movement of the, we'll deal with that when we get to consent agenda. Yeah, we can move that at the consent agenda portion. So a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Stevens, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have adoption of the minutes. The council will adopt the minutes of the regular meeting held on May 29th. Mover and seconder, Councillor Lindell, Councillor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have one declaration of interest from Councillor Harris. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? All right, seeing none, just a reminder, councillors are required to submit the written statement of declaration via the online form. And now we have the motion to move consent reports. Before we get into that, though, I will look to Councillor Garcia for an overview of the decisions coming from the last Budget Standing Committee meeting. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to share with my colleagues a follow-up report that we got at the May 24th Budget Standing Committee meeting. So Council will recall that at the last update that I gave, we talked about the fact that we received a report from staff on the multi-year budgeting process, and all of us had, a number of us had significant questions, and we asked for more information. So we got this follow-up report on May 24th, and it's here for approval today. So a few highlights from that. Number one, we all want to ensure, since this is a new process, that we have flexibility built in to make amendments or changes, that we don't approve something for multi-years and then it's chipped in stone. So to make that simpler, staff has recommended that the bylaw be amended so that a reconsideration is not required for a revision that is made in according to the budget planning policy that they have presented. So that will simplify things where there are changes. One key feedback that we got in the report that we had requested, we were all very concerned about the fact that staff had recommended initially that there be no budget guidance, as we have had in the past, always a guidance as to what we're expecting budget increases to adhere to and come in around. And what they have come up with by looking at projected inflation is a guidance that is going to average between 3% and 4% per year in the next 3 years. That is certainly a lot more in line with historical trends and what we ended up approving this year. And of course, as I said, there is flexibility. So if keeping our fingers crossed, the Bank of Canada is really successful in bringing inflation down to what it was in the last few years, it doesn't even have to be 3 or 4%, but at least a 3 and 4% target is reasonable. The other key item that we had in the recommendations is they want the delegation authority to be changed, increased essentially, so that the director of a department is able to execute a transfer of funds from one project to another for a value of up to $250,000 and the CAO up to $500,000. And these are transfers within projects that address similar asset needs. And we had a long discussion about what the similar asset needs means, and that was identified. And it's also for major capital projects. And staff in their report have defined what major capital projects means so that we know. And they are projects that have an initial budget of at least $1 million and where a transfer of between $250,000 and $500,000 is required. So I think that keeps them all in better line. And if anybody's interested, we ask for a comparison chart showing what the delegated authority is now and what staff are recommending for us to approve. And you can see that if you're interested by looking up the agenda for that meeting. That concludes my update, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Townsend has requested to pull item 7.2, appointments to committees and task forces, from consent to discussion, and I will just note that discussion will occur in camera if there's anything related to identifiable individuals. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question, as Councillor Garcia mentioned, that no longer will a reconsideration be required. In our last budget deliberation, we wanted to make changes to the budget, but it was indicated by the clerk that we would have to reconsider or ask for a reconsideration. Does that mean now, next year, if we wanted to do that, we no longer require a reconsideration?
Through the chair, this is a bit of a different situation. What we're saying is because now we're doing multi-year, when in 2025, we come back to confirm a budget, if council needs to make a change at that time, you don't need a 2/3 vote to make that change at that time. So it'll be any changes that are following the budget policy and budget planning and control policy. So it means the multi-year budget, that should be your budget, but there may need to be some adjustments, and if those do need to be made, you do not need a 2/3 vote to make those changes in the confirmation years.
And just to clarify, in conversation with mayors who have instituted multi-year budgets in other places, so the first year is the multi-year budget, the next 2 years are confirmation budgets, and within the confirmation budget process, it's not a reconsideration to make a change to the next year's budget that you're confirming.
Okay, so things will stand as they are then as far as the final budget night when we get the region budget, the education budget, and our budget. We would still have to ask for a reconsideration if we wanted to change something to that budget that we approved in our own previous budget.
Through the chair, once you've approved a year's budget, so December 2024,
right.
you approve the budget for the year of 2025. Once you've approved it, you've approved it. If you want to make changes to it at that time, it's either a budget amendment, depending on what the situation is, and/or a reconsideration of council's previous decision.
Okay. And secondly, just a comment, I wasn't able to attend that budget meeting. Personally, I think a consideration of a 4% budget is awfully high. If we can stick at 3, that would be really good. That's just a personal comment that I'd like to make. Thank you.
I think everybody around this horseshoe will agree that 3 would be significantly better than 4. And 2 would be even better. With that, we'll have a motion that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover to the consent agenda? Councillor Harris. Look to the clerk to call the roll.
Today's consent agenda includes item 7.1, financial management services, amendment of parking bylaws, and the 2023 schedule of rates and fees regarding Lockhart Point, Rennie Park, and the former Lincoln Fabrics parking lots. That sets a public meeting for June 26th. Same time, there will be 2 other rates and fees on the agenda. Item 7.3, financial management services, budget standing committee report for the meeting of May 24th, 2023. And item 7.4, legal and clerk services, council correspondence. Councillor Garcia.
I made a mistake again. Just one sec. All right, now try. There we go.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes?
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Right, moving on to item 8 in public meetings. The first is 8.1, Planning and Building Services, City-Initiated Official Plan Amendment, OPA 39. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand the proposed Amendment 39 to the City of St. Catharines Official Plan, the Garden City Plan, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before Council's decision. Planning and Building Services staff held an open house and prepared a report on the proposed amendment. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the report and staff's recommendation. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. 1 delegate requested to speak. Does anyone else in attendance wish to speak? Okay. At that point, after the speakers are complete, the public meeting will be closed, and council will then be able to ask staff questions about the report and will consider the report recommendation. At this time, the public meeting is now open, and I call upon Taya Devlin, Senior Planner, to present.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone joining this public meeting for City-Initiated Official Plan Amendment OPA 39. The purpose of the proposed official plan amendment is to address recent provincial policy changes to the Planning Act. The main policy changes OPA 39 seeks to address include accessory dwelling units, exemptions from site plan control, submission requirements, review of completed pre-submission consultation comments, delegated authority, and parkland dedication. Planning in Ontario is based on a framework of policy documents. There are a number of provincial planning documents which inform regional and municipal planning policies. Recent provincial legislation, including Bill 13, Bill 23, and Bill 109, amended portions of the Planning Act. The city has undertaken OPA 39 to reflect these provincial policy changes in the city's municipal official plan. Following OPA 39, the city will be undertaking a housekeeping amendment to the zoning bylaw to address these policy changes in greater detail. Bill 23 introduced policy that states no official plan or zoning bylaw may prohibit the use of 3 residential units in a detached, semi-detached, or townhouse dwelling. The city's official plan currently states that 1 additional dwelling unit is permitted. OPA 39 will update the city's official plan to reflect that more than 1 accessory dwelling unit is permitted. The official plan does not contemplate the size, location, or parking requirements for additional dwelling units. Those matters are addressed in the city's zoning bylaw and will be reviewed through the future zoning bylaw housekeeping amendment, which is anticipated to follow this official plan amendment. Bill 23 also amended the definition of development that can be subject to site plan approval. The official plan currently states site plan approval shall be required for all lands used, zoned, or to be zoned for residential purposes, save and except residential buildings having less than 4 dwelling units. OPA 39 will update provisions to reflect site plan approval shall be required for all lands used, zoned, or to be zoned for residential purposes, save and except residential development having 10 or fewer dwelling units, unless otherwise identified by applicable regulations. Applications received on or after July 1st, 2023 will now be subject to refunds where review times exceed legislated timeframes. So this will affect the ability for staff and applicants to work through challenges and revisions once an application is submitted. So this change increases the importance and value in pre-submission consultation with our applicants. So the amendments proposed would strengthen pre-submission consultation process and provide applicants with tools to prepare complete applications that are ready for decision upon submission and review. The official plan must identify any material that may be required in consideration of an application for site plan approval. The official plan currently lists all materials indicated on the left-hand side of the screen in blue. OPA 39 proposes to add the listed materials on the right in green. So to be clear, not all of these listed items will be required for each application. The intention of the list is to identify materials that may be required to ensure that we have them included in our official plan, and the submission requirements will be reviewed and will vary for each application. Further, with refunds taking effect for all applications on or after July 1st, applicants may currently be preparing submissions based on pre-submission consultation meetings that have already occurred and did not contemplate the implications of refunds. So as such, Official Plan Amendment 39 proposes to allow for those pre-submission consultation letters to be revisited, amended, or if more helpful, we could host an additional consultation meeting with those applicants to ensure that the applicant and submission materials are prepared to meet the timelines. The Planning Act now includes the authority for a municipality to delegate approval authority for minor zoning bylaws, provided the types of minor bylaws are specified in the official plan. So the OPA proposes to identify those minor zoning bylaws, which include removal of a holding symbol and temporary use bylaws. OPA 39 proposes amendments to parkland dedication to reflect updates to the parkland dedication calculations that are outlined in the Planning Act, which includes the amounts for cash in lieu and land dedications, setting new maximums that we can calculate. The amendment has been circulated to all appropriate city departments and external agencies, and no objections were received. A public open house was held on May 11th, 2023, where there were 8 people who registered to participate. Generally, feedback was supportive of the proposed amendments to the official plan to ensure the policies are consistent with the Planning Act. Many comments included suggestions and questions around implementation through the city's zoning bylaw and the future zoning bylaw housekeeping amendment to support additional dwelling units, increased housing supply, parking reductions, active transportation, and support for design standards. In conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that council approve proposed official plan amendment 39. The amendment ensures the city's official plan policies are consistent with the Planning Act, provincial policy statement, and conform to the growth plan and regional official plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devlin. At this time, council will now hear a delegation from Glen Barr. Mr. Barr, welcome back.
Okay, good, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, I'm glad I'm at this podium and not that podium. In fact, I'm glad I'm not around the horseshoe, okay? But I do respect your service and I appreciate that. Ms. Devlin has given you the technical background and the technical reasons for what this OPA is for. And I understand that it's time sensitive and therefore you have to comply with what the province requires without any due delay. I prepared the following comments and hoping that will influence you in subsequent decisions and subsequent studies towards the implementation of this OPA, okay? So what is this all about? There we are. This really, with all the technical jargon that we have here, this is all about making better use of the housing stock that we have now. The addition of accessory apartments within the existing housing stock, which will accommodate young people, retired people, and so forth in small units, as well as units perhaps in their backyards. So this provincial legislation is facilitating that function. In addition, I imagine council has heard at various conferences and so forth the term missing middle housing. Missing middle housing is really the housing that is between detached homes and high-rise apartment buildings. It's those housing units that is part of this legislation as well. In other words, up to 10 housing units. What the province is trying to do, I believe, is facilitate accelerate the construction of that type of housing, which has been missing from our housing stock for almost 100 years. We have facilitated other types of housing units, but the missing middle housing has not been facilitated, and it's been missing truly in our city, especially in our city in St. Catharines. So first of all, next I'd like to qualify myself, if I may. Can I have the next slide, please? Through various consulting firms, I've been in the consulting business of generating housing in this city for over 50 years. I participated in some of the sprawl in the North End, the West End, the Seacord Woods areas and so forth, and in other cities around the region. In the last 25 years, however, I've been focused through Better Neighborhoods on doing infilling, intensification, missing middle housing, and accessory apartments. And we've had quite a stock. I think we've had generated projects in each one of your wards. So this is a few samples of what we've done. And we're quite proud of the work that we've done. Now, could I have the next, I might have to switch slides. Could I see the next slide? Yes, that's fine, okay. One of the consequences of what we've been doing over the last 30 years or so, as housing has gotten more expensive, we're trying to incorporate more housing in the same stock, and we're trying to do infilling and so forth, especially around St. Catharines, which is unique, by the way, in the country. What's happening is that we're trying to accommodate more and more parking on site. We take a detached house, we add a accessory apartment to it, we require a parking space on that site, or perhaps the owner volunteers to add parking. And the first thing you know is that our houses are becoming parking lots in the front yards and the houses behind them. I'm sure that you're aware of, in all of your neighborhoods, where indeed we have streets in this city where the houses are really not on the street, but behind parking lots. And that is one aspect that I think that we need to watch through this legislation. We need to be very careful with that. I think that we can do a much better job. Indeed, I would suggest that we should restrict parking on site rather than encourage it, and certainly do better where we have to incorporate parking on site. I'll have the next slide, please. I think that most council members are aware of the photograph on the top left. That is one of the examples of what council does not want or did not want at the time that your comprehensive zoning bylaw was reviewed in 2016. Yet your present policies, including provincial policies, encourage that, but they discourage the one on the right of it, which is a beautiful missing middle small apartment building on York Street, which is amongst the most attractive buildings in the city and a lovely place to work, and I imagine it's quite affordable as well. Similarly, at the bottom left are typical townhouses where we have garages fronting the street, parking in front of the garage, and the first thing you know is we have, in effect, as I said, houses behind a parking lot. It's not necessary. We can do better. What we need is policies that we can accommodate with the one on the right to the right and the one that I mentioned on York Street. We can do much better. Next slide, please. So, during the processing of the next session for official plan amendment, which I think is going to be necessary, as well as the zoning legislation that's going to be required in order to implement this, I have a half a dozen requests. First of all, regarding accessory dwellings, I ask that you add a clause in the official plan, not just the zoning, but in the official plan, to discourage on-site parking for new accessory dwellings. Discourage it, not insist upon it, discourage it, especially within the front yard setbacks. So for missing middle housing, I have 4 requests. We need to adjust the official plan, the density provisions of the official plan to accommodate it. Right now, we keep on tripping when we're trying to do missing middle housing. We keep on tripping on the city's official plan density provisions, which require an official plan to change the density, which seems strange, but that's the case. For instance, if we want to do a small apartment building with underground parking, that's a really good thing to do because you get rid of all the mess of parking, but it increases the density provisions of the plan so that it makes it very much more difficult. So that is one thing that needs to be done, in my opinion. Also, we need to add a clause to encourage more missing middle housing than discourage it. Ms. Devlin showed you a list of things that have to be considered when we're implementing OPA 39. That list, I think, was 40 or 50 items long, okay? And so what we've done over the last 70 years during the suburban model period, which is where we're coming out of now, is we have created a great long list of, a check list of boxes: environmental, drainage, trees, you name it. Just, you can go to the dictionary, okay? And so what we've done is we've generated a whole list of requirements that every development has to go through in order to make it happen. Well, in effect, what that does is it restricts the missing middle housing. It makes it so that, in fact, it's very much more difficult to do. It's a lot easier to do a high-rise apartment and process the high-rise apartment than it is to process missing middle housing by a long shot. So that needs to be, so what I would like to see is I'd like to see something in the official plan that encourages missing middle housing rather than discourages it. I would like to see a clause added to the impact of on-site parking for missing middle housing as well, similar to what I suggested for accessory dwellings. Lastly, and I have a hard time understanding the wording of the park dedication. My planning staff have tried to explain it to me, but I can't tell you that I totally understand it. But my sense is that new development is paying park dedication fees, which is fine, but they're paying, the requirement is disproportionate to their share. We have to remember that our parks within the city have been supplied by the present population. So that they need to be respected. The people that have generated the park so far need to be respected. On the other hand, we don't want to gouge, as some of the builders think that we're doing, the new housing, the new purchasers of housing, so that they're paying a disproportionate amount towards that parks. So that's the last thing I would add. And can I have my last slide, please? So what I'm suggesting here is that in subsequent legislation and subsequent official plan amendment, and also the upcoming zoning bylaw, implementing zoning bylaw, what I'm suggesting is let's make those lovely buildings that we have, such as I've shown on York Street, and there's a lovely little, couple of very nice little apartment buildings on Main Street in Port Dalhousie, okay? And they fit right in. They're now very difficult to generate. As a matter of fact, I was responsible to generate one of them on Main Street, rather than doing what we don't like. And I'm suggesting that we make the missing middle housing with good quality design easier than doing townhousing, suburban type townhouses that we're doing right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. I have a couple speakers loaded up. Councillor Kushner, did you want to speak as well? Yes. Could we open Councillor Kushner's mic? He did log in, and then for whatever reason, it disappeared from my screen. There we go. Councillor Kushner, you're up first, followed by Councillor Townsend, Williamson, Garcia, and Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is, what should be between detached and higher density homes? You talk about middle housing. And I've got a situation in my ward on Glendale where you have detached homes, and then you have stacked town housing, and in the back, the existing homes have no privacy whatsoever now. So what should be between detached and new higher density housing?
Stacked town housing seems to be very commonplace now in the GTA.
Yes.
I agree that we need to be careful with the inclusion of stacked town housing, but the missing middle housing is the semi-detached, which we've been doing since the 1970s, single-family housing with accessory dwellings, and perhaps accessory dwellings in the rear yard. That's coming up in the future. Triplexes, quadruplexes, small apartments, home-based housing that is aimed at home-based businesses as well, which is a significant portion of the population now, that especially since COVID. And Small apartment buildings, in this case, we're showing at 10 units, but some small apartment buildings can be a little bit larger than that. But basically, it's the kind of housing that you see, as I mentioned, on York Street, on Queen Street, on Main Street, in most of the areas around the city that predated the 1920s. We haven't generated very much since then because we've separated housing forms and housing types. And I think it's time now, and the province is now telling us that it is now time to accelerate this missing middle housing. And by the way, the missing middle housing strengthens our neighborhoods. It doesn't weaken it. It strengthens our neighborhoods. It also helps environmental problems. Global warming is improved by that. We are using our existing infrastructure across the city to accommodate it. We add young people with baby carriages to neighborhoods, which we're not seeing very much anymore. And we're adding seniors who need walkers to our neighborhoods, which we're not seeing anymore. So these things are all a positive aspect, and the province, even though they've been criticized for being heavy-handed with bringing in housing legislation, the need for it is demonstrated without question.
Okay, to clarify, what should be next to detached housing?
There's no reason why you can't do any one of these missing middle housing beside detached housing.
Okay, describe middle housing again.
Semi-detached, triplex, quadruplex, small apartments, any of those with accessory dwelling units, home-based business housing.
Okay,
There's
when
no
you
reason
say
why.
small apartments, you're referring to?
Sure.
To what?
Pardon?
Small apartments, you're referring to what?
Oh, 3-story or 4-story apartment buildings with oriented to the street, similar to what we have on York Street or on Main Street or in the Pacer neighborhood or in Merritton or in, I don't know, Cal, shall I keep on going?
Okay, and my second question is with respect to your last page where you have this is easier to do than this. And you indicated that the new housing is paying a disproportionate amount in park dedication fees. And on the other hand, we have the province saying that developers will not be responsible for development fees. So there's a big savings there. And are you saying the park dedication is more than the savings that they're making from not having development fees?
I didn't bring up the subject of development fees.
Okay, but it's something we have to live with.
Yes, development fees should be proportional to the impact on the city, in my opinion, okay? Especially in park dedication as well. All I'm saying is that the park dedication fee for new development should be fair, should be commensurate with what the rest of the city has contributed towards park dedication. That's all, nothing more complicated.
And how did our staff arrive at the dedication fee that you said is disproportionate?
Well, you've got a very talented staff. I'm sure that they'll be able to figure that out.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we continue, I do have a number of councillors on the list. I will say it's been indicated to me Councillor Phillips is going to make a motion to receive the presentation and ask for a staff report on all of the things that are contained in Mr. Barr's presentation. The one caution I want to make to my council colleagues, our questions should be focused on the OPA 39, specifically that is under debate today. There's a lot contained in Mr. Barr's package here that is not related specifically to what we are working on with the amendment. They are in addition to things that Mr. Barr is placing forward for consideration as additions to. So I want to make sure everybody's clear that we should be keeping our questions confined to the OPA. Because Councillor Phillips is going to be asking for a report, there will be a time and a place to ask questions specific to the issues contained in the presentation. I just want to make sure that our comments are geared towards the OPA. So with that, I'll move on to Councillor Townsend.
Well, with that in mind, I'll just save my questions for staff. Thank you, Chair.
didn't mean to shut anybody down. Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for presenting, Mr. Barr. The diagram that you showed had missing middle consist of only 2- and 3-story housing. Is that the Congress for New Urbanism definition of the missing middle component?
Yes, in general, sometimes 3.5-story, depending on but typically no more than 4 stories.
And you mentioned that it's easier potentially to build high-rise as opposed to a small-scale apartment with parking underneath and that you're suggesting that we make some changes to the OP in that regard. Have other municipalities done that, and is it a difficult fix?
From my experience, that's been the case, where it's easier to process an apartment building site than it is a missing middle housing site. Right at the moment, what we're doing is where we're going and where we've been going for the last 30 or 40 years. And as a matter of fact, I noticed in the mayor's presentation to the Chamber of Commerce is that we seem to be, or we are not seem to be, we are going into a direction where we have spikes of high rises at main intersections, plus low rise singles and semis for the rest of the city, okay? That is the model that has been generated by the suburban model of development over the last 60 years since cars have become inexpensive or relatively inexpensive. What we need to do is we need to mix that up a little bit in order to make our neighborhoods healthier, in order to fight global warming, and in order to make the city a better place to live with better streetscapes and better neighborhoods all the way around.
Mm-hmm. And the Congress philosophy is not to have land of extremes with the high rises and sprawl. It's to go somewhere, have more of a balanced
more of a balance, so that you end up with seniors living amongst young people. You have those that don't have this very small incomes included in neighborhoods with high incomes. I live in the 8th Street area. Everybody thinks, or not everybody, but most people think that the 8th Street area is a rich area. But in fact, it's not. Okay, it's a mixture. It's got some of the wealthiest people in the city and some of the most magnificent homes in the city. On the other hand, it is full of small apartments, full of people with limited incomes, full of seniors, and full of little kids, and full of people with little kids in wheelchair and baby carriages. So it's quite a different situation. So that's the model that I think that the missing middle housing is going towards.
Thank you. And just one last one. The on-site parking issue, probably one of the single most frequent complaints we get is about parking issues, particularly in suburban neighborhoods. Where are we going to house some of these cars? The reality is there's still lots of cars. It seems like ever greater number of cars, unfortunately.
Yes, you know, the literature I read, and I think it's probably close to the truth, and that is that in North America, most adults that can drive, there is one car or truck for every adult that can drive. So there's 130,000 people in this city, probably 100,000 adults that can drive. There's 100,000 cars and trucks in this city. At the same time, there's 8 to 10 parking spaces in addition to the streets and roads. There's about 8 or 10 parking spaces per car. Just think of the impact of that amount of asphalt environmentally. That amount is incredible. So what we've got is that we have all of this parking sitting out there, including curbside parking, that is a resource that's underused. Curbside parking is probably, in my opinion, the most underused resource that a municipality has. We've already paid for it. There's thousands of spaces out there on curbside that are not being used. Let's use it. That's where the car should be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson, and I thank Councilor Williamson for opening one line of thought there. I'm just curious if there's any member of staff, and I'm putting people on the spot here, so I apologize. Maybe Mr. Martuccio, just because he looked like he was focusing on something else. Any estimate as the total number of on-street parking spots that could be accommodated within the city at this time?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that figure in front of me. I would have to get that number for you.
Would it be fair to say that it's in the tens of thousands of possible on-street parking spaces?
I think that would be fair, yes, if you're including all the on-street parking that's available throughout the neighborhoods.
Tens of thousands. So just to Mr. Barr's point, we don't have a lack of parking spaces in the city of St. Catharines. But that's my own personal bugaboo. I'll move on to Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions for staff later, but just briefly to Mr. Barr, following up on the same point you made, and Councillor Williamson, I think you've answered. So if you added an accessory dwelling unit, you're saying that the parking could be on-street parking, is what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
If I were king, I would make the parking for new accessory dwellings restricted to 0.
Thank you. And but there would be obviously certain locations in the city where, unlike what the mayor just said, there isn't any on-street parking. Like the street where I live, believe me, people have trouble parking on the street because everybody wants to park there.
Through the suburban model that we've been living in our generation and before, parking has become considered a right. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with parking 2 blocks away. Nothing wrong whatsoever. Matter of fact, I'm a good example. My partner and I are moving into a house next year in Yates Street, and probably a house that'll be valued at over $1 million. And neither one of us are going to have parking. We're just going to be parking on the curb. There's nothing wrong with that. It's commonplace in other cities. It's commonplace around the world.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Seeing no other questions or comments, I look forward to the day that you are king.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there anybody else in attendance who would like to speak this evening? All right, seeing none, I do have a motion that council close the public meeting and further that staff prepare a report on the request from Mr. Barr. Motion to close the public meeting, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So the meeting is now closed. The council is called back to order. Persons that are wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. At this point, can I have a mover and a seconder just to put the report on the floor so we can ask questions? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips. So it is now on the floor. We can ask questions, and I will go first to Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, my question is to staff. Many Ontario municipalities right now are adding in changes to their official plans to include things like multiplexes and garden suites. Where are we at on those type of additions? I know it's typically larger cities that are looking at these additions, but St. Catharines being a landlocked city, it's certainly going to be something that's, I imagine, on the horizon.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the OPA before you this evening seeks to permit detached accessory dwelling units. Those are granny suites.
Oh, so they're the exact same as what would be a garden suite, essentially, just to confirm that.
The definition would include that, yes.
Okay, thank you. The provincial government, Premier Doug Ford, promised to make municipalities whole based on some of the financial implications that these bills are going to have. Have staff received any update from the Premier's office or the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing as to how the provincial government will assist municipalities on these lost funds?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no.
No. So nothing yet on that. I do want to thank staff for bringing this forward. It's certainly important. Other Ontario municipalities are adding in these additional pre-consultation stages or phases, however you want to call it. But it's certainly a way to ensure that those planning to build something in our community will we'll be able to have things done on time. This pre-submission consultation is similar, maybe I'm incorrect on this, but the pre-submission consultation is similar to a stage 1 and stage 2, a stage 1 or stage 2, I guess, process as to what other municipalities are doing.
Through the mayor to the councillor, there are many municipalities as they work through their Bill 109 conformity exercises that are looking at two-step pre-submission consultation stages or a multi-application process. Here at the City of St. Catharines, we're sticking to one formal pre-submission consultation process, but we're continuing to offer other opportunities for dialogue up to and when the formal application is made.
Thank you, and thank you, staff, for this report. I'm wondering if there is, I'm not sure if I would do this now, but is it possible to add an amendment to maybe ask the Premier's Office, the Ministry of Municipal Housing, Municipal Affairs and Housing to perhaps highlight that plan as to how they're going to make municipalities whole as promised by the Premier? Or at least receive an update on that promise.
I looked to the CAO. They're trying to whisper things to me, but it's easier just to flip it to them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, you can add that direction. That's part of our AMO delegation request that we're going to be putting forward, as well as through the big city mayors. We're doing a lot of advocacy with the province to get more information on the specific details, not only with the various bills that are out there, but also making the municipalities whole. So we'll definitely add that to the...
Thank you. I'd like to add that amendment, Mr. Mayor, if possible, if staff can add the amendment to request an update from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and the Premier's Office as to how they will make municipalities whole as promised by the Premier 2 months ago.
So I will say, and just by way of
maybe it's not the wording that we want to use, but
they have indicated that the process of making municipalities whole will also be dependent on the audit process that Municipal Affairs and Housing is undergoing with municipalities with respect to DCs. So I know that's a part of it.
Sure. Maybe just an update, Mr. Mayor.
Well, no, and I'm only going to request an update from the provincial government, just to not specify.
Sure.
I know I'm going to have a couple of opportunities to speak to ministers and perhaps the Premier over the next little while.
Okay.
So I can give, if it's broader, then that direction is a
Sure.
little bit easier to accomplish.
I'm certainly okay with that, Mr. Mayor. I think it's going to be important for councillors to be made aware of that, and obviously staff.
Yeah.
I'm just curious myself as to how that process will evolve. So. And I'm sure they'll be able to.
You and me both, Councillor.
To assist on that. Yeah, those are my comments, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. I have a speakers list. Councillor Garcia, followed by Councillor Phillips, Ratzlaff, Williamson, and McPherson. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions to staff through you based on Ms. Devlin's presentation, not necessarily including anything that Mr. Barr suggested, since we're going to get a report on that. So when we talk about additional accessory dwelling units, you're saying that we would change the language to say, that right now we're saying you can have one ADU, and we're saying to make it more than one ADU, but should it say to a maximum of 2, or because we're saying 3 total units? Is that what the province is asking for, including the main unit?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so the legislation in the provincial documents says that no municipality may prohibit the 2 additional dwelling units. So we've left the language very open in the official plan amendment to be broad, to allow for the 2 that we're not allowed to prohibit, but it also gives us flexibility when we get to that zoning bylaw amendment, that we can work out the details of what's required, how many additional dwelling units, and we can customize that in our zoning bylaw without having to come back for an official plan amendment.
Thank you. So you're saying, through you, Mr. Mayor, that perhaps there's a property where you could have 3 or 4 additional dwelling units. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's something that the city could explore. We could explore the option of more than 2, so keeping it broad in the official plan gives us that flexibility at the zoning stage.
Okay. And when you change the official plan to allow that, will you have to change the zoning bylaw in terms of lot coverage and parking requirements, or?
Yes, through the mayor to the councilor, that's correct. The zoning bylaw amendment would review things like setbacks, lot coverage, height, parking requirements, all associated with those additional units.
Okay. And my last question through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the provincial legislation once again talks about affordable housing and attainable housing, and does the province define either one of those for us?
Through the mayor to the councilor, no.
So how do we incorporate something like that if we don't know what it means?
Through the mayor to the councilor, in absence of those definitions, it has been somewhat problematic, and I think that speaks well to Councillor Townsend's inquiry about being made whole. Because some of the DC exemptions relate to definitions that have not yet been captured in regulation, we're a little bit in limbo right now.
Yeah. Well, I thank you for that. I think we definitely, like, I know we've looked at some definitions of affordable housing before based on percentages and so on, but I raised this the last time we had a presentation where the developer mentioned, well, we don't have any affordable housing, but we could have some attainable units. And I think we need to nail down what, at least for us, what we mean by that, because, you know, attainable for Councilor Townsend is not the same as for me or somebody else. So we need some definitions. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Phillips.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to make a request for that report now, or do you want to wait until the very end? Pardon?
You already did it.
You've already done it for me. I appreciate that.
No, you did. When we made the motion to receive the presentation, you requested it at that point.
Okay, I didn't know whether you wanted me to make it official like that, but it is official, so that's fine. That's all I need.
Wonderful.
Just the comment that the requests of Mr. Barr are very well taken for council. If you haven't seen his developments on the 12 or in Niagara-on-the-Lake, they are truly impressive, and they're different than anything you've probably seen before. And it is something that we definitely should consider, so I ask staff to get that report to us as soon as possible. Thank you.
Agreed wholeheartedly. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, my question through you, Chair, to staff is just in terms of timing. When are we going to see the zoning or the zoning bylaw amendments, how we implement the changes to the official plan?
Through the mayor to the councilor, the housekeeping amendment is going to be the next project of the policy team following the decision that's made here tonight. If I may use this opportunity to address Councillor Phillips as well, the presentation that we heard from the delegation tonight, many of these items we absolutely agree in principle with. What implementation may look like may be a little bit more separate than a singular report. So there are items that we may consider through the housekeeping amendment. Earlier, Taya mentioned that we're going to have to update the parkland dedication bylaw, so there will be an additional opportunity at that time. So I think what, with your indulgence, it may be more appropriate if staff were to report back in a memo outlining which sections of the delegation's presentation will be addressed in which project that's in their work plan of planning staff.
Yeah, no, thank you. That was kind of, you anticipated my second question. So, yeah, thanks.
I think that's very well taken by council. A memo indicating how and when all those pieces are addressed, I think, is a good next step. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to City Planner Devlin or the Director of PBS. In slide 7 of the deck, it's got proposed to be added submission requirements, and it looks like a lot of them have similar terminology and seem to be in duplicate. But it says that are these going to be optional ones if an application comes in that one of these criteria looks like it needs to be applied, we can do it, or how will this work, if you don't mind me asking?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the requirement of the provincial legislation is that we have any requirement we're going to ask for outlined in the official plan. So the intent of that section is just to list the documents that we foresee might be required on certain applications, but they certainly would not be expected for every single one. And some of the terminology in there might seem like there's some crossover. It's just to make sure we haven't missed anything. So if we need a specific study, that it is captured in that list so we can request it.
And the need for these, will that be staff's discretion, or will it be triggered by the nature of the development coming in?
Through the mayor to the councillors. So that's part of the pre-submission consultation process. When we receive a conceptual development proposal from an applicant, we discuss with them and staff, including from external agencies, what's going to be required at the time of formal submission. So we would scope those studies, identify them, and then list them as requirements of their formal submission at that time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions, or maybe just one. Just looking at the timing for people who may want to, add a few accessory dwelling units to their property, what is the timing for implementation of that? Once this, assuming it gets approved, what would that timing look like?
So through the mayor to the councillor, if the official plan amendment is approved by council tonight, we have a 20-day appeal period, provided that it is making the assumption that council approves it and that it's not appealed. Our next project will be the housekeeping bylaw. So through the housekeeping zoning bylaw, we're actually looking at numerous items that have been added to a list, even including from the previous council. That being said, we're going to be targeting the most priority areas of the housekeeping bylaw to bring forward. Nothing is precluding somebody from coming in on an independent application in that time if they want to beat the clock. But until we have a fully scoped housekeeping process, I won't be able to give you a definitive timeline, but it's our next policy project.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment that the amendment here, the one that is most exciting to me is the accessory dwelling unit. Knowing that we have a housing crisis and being able to have residents add more units is going to be great. And for the budget chair, there also means an increase in property taxes. So it will generate revenue for the city as well. Thanks.
Counselor, I love the sound of my voice as well, but I mean, you can replay it at home afterwards, I think. All right. Moving on, we have a recommendation on the floor. It has been amended. I did not ask Councilor McPherson, Councilor Phillips. That was a friendly amendment from Councilor Townsend. I thought so. If there are no further questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to public meeting number 2, and I'm sure this one will be much longer and lengthier than the first one. That was a joke. It's definitely not. Notice of consideration regarding the recommendation to stop up, close, and declare surplus part of Bessborough Drive, Realty File 04-34, and proposal to declare land surplus 28A Centennial Drive, Realty File 18-032 has been published in accordance with the City of St. Catharines Notice Bylaw. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. Does anyone in attendance wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none. The public meeting will be closed. Council will then consider the report. We will now commence the public meeting. Again, is there anybody who would like to speak on this particular item? Seeing none. Motion is that council close the public meeting regarding the recommendation to stop up, close, and declare surplus part of Bessborough Drive, Realty File 04-34, and proposal to declare land surplus 28A, Centennial Drive, Realty File 18-032. Can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. There is a recommendation going up on the screen.
I have a question.
Is there a counselor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Harris. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No concerns. I just wanted to ask through you to, I guess, Director Douglas. We have a number of these strips in the city, not just these two. Is staff looking at all of them and potentially closing them up and putting them up for sale, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor with regards to the other areas within the city where we have these. Staff did prepare a report back in 2019 to the Budget Standing Committee that identified various surplus lands. In this situation, these lands were a request by the adjacent property owners for acquiring the lands that abut their lands. With regards to other lands within the city, we don't necessarily actively, but when we do get it unsolicited, we do bring the information forward to dispose of those particular lands.
Thank you. And I don't know whether it's through you, Mr. Mayor, whether they're all this way or not, but for example, when I was, pardon me, canvassing for council, I ran into a couple of them where there were access, let's say, to a park or to a school that is no longer necessary, but we have a strip there that we have to clear the snow off of and maintain, as Director Smith would know. Should we not proactively close up and stop up whatever we have to do with those so that when somebody does want them, we can do it as opposed to having to do it at the time, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it is partially a staffing resourcing issue. I think we heard a couple of meetings ago with regards to the city has one realty staff person that is responsible for, maintaining the lease agreements and the various other realty files within the city. Therefore, to be able to be proactive, that's not something that is actually achievable within the current staffing resources.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Am I? Okay, sorry, just to be clear, we're only talking about ones where they no longer connect to a park or a green space. We're not actually talking about actively used ones because, of course, they're very important in terms of connectivity and accessibility in the city. We're looking at ones that had the use has changed and there's not necessarily a reason for people to walk down them. Is that what we're looking at? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Douglas?
The Director of Finance.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I can take that direction back to staff and we can see if we can work with our Municipal Works and our Transportation Department to see if we can identify some of those and perhaps bring more of those forward to council over the next several months.
But I think, Councillor, to your point, that's what they're considering. They're not considering active pathways.
Happy to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we will move on to, and we have changed the order here, so we're moving on to item 9.2, Municipal Works Canada Summer Games Mountain Bike Course. I'll now call upon Daryl Smith, the Director of Municipal Works, to present prior to council discussing the report. Mr. Smith, do you remember how the last time you tried to do this, you got about 6 words into it and I stopped you?
I would be happy with that tonight.
I'm going to make you give the full presentation, and we're going to deal with this one tonight.
There we go. Hopefully this works. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public that are here tonight. This evening, I'm going to try to provide some context around the Canada Summer Games mountain bike course. And I just want to start with a point. The information on this has flowed rapidly over the last 2 weeks from various sources. This is partly the presentation that I had lined up to do a month ago, and partly additional information. So where there's been some conflicting information come forward, I will raise that, as it might not be specifically addressed in this presentation. So what are we going to talk about tonight? We're going to talk about why this report is before you, what options are available to council. We're going to talk about some of the public concerns that have been raised, and I'm going to outline the staff recommendation and allow for questions. This is just a map of the Canada Summer Games mountain bike course. To put it into context, the main access of this course is off of Lockport Drive. So why are we here? So the first point is one of the points that I'm not exactly sure has changed. And it actually goes a bit to some of the public input. We as staff were not involved in the movement of the Canada Summer Games course from Brock to the 12 Mile Creek. We actually don't know who requested what or what happened there. And it really, for our purposes tonight, it really doesn't matter because it does not change the outcome, or does it change the staff recommendation. So moving on from that, as part of the approval of the licensing agreement, which we brought back to council in May of last year, part of that approval was staff were required to bring back a report on the continued use of the mountain bike course. And that's what that's what the recommendation deals with tonight. So with the mountain bike course, council really has 4 options available to them. They can keep the existing course and have staff maintain it. They can keep the existing course and enter into an agreement with a third party to maintain it. They can remove the mountain bike course, or they can expand the mountain bike course. And I'm just going to touch on these briefly. So if council's direction is to keep the mountain bike course and have staff maintain it, staff would bring back a report as part of the 2024 budget process outlining what's required to maintain the course from a staff perspective. If council were to direct that the course be maintained and to enter into an agreement with a third party for maintenance, staff will commence negotiations with the NTMA for them to maintain the course, of course, following all current council policies and procedures over entering into those types of agreements. If council directs the removal of the mountain bike course, then we would bring a report back as part of the 2024 budget submission with the costs required to do that work. And similarly, if they were to decide to expand the mountain bike course, we would have to include that in the 2024 capital budget submission for consideration, and that would require approvals from both OPG and the MPCA. So what are some of the public concerns that were brought forward? If you note in the memo that I put in front of council for this, I noted that some of the concerns came in quite late, and I wasn't able to answer every specific question. So I tried to group the concerns together to address them as best I could, and these 4 concerns that we're going to talk about tonight were consistently among the issues that were brought forward. So one of them was public consultation. There was a lot of public input with respect that there was no consultation prior to establishing the mountain bike course in the 12 Mile Creek Valley. So as I've stated previously, the city had no legal standing when the mountain bike course was established in those lands. It was completely controlled by the OPG, subject obviously to approval by the MPCA. And so we would not have been in a position for staff to have a public meeting. Further, there was no requirement at the time for OPG to have a public meeting on this issue. And that's why there was no public consultation process. I can guarantee now that there is a city has a legal standing through the licensing agreement with the OPG. If there was changes to be made to the mountain bike course or to the valley lands or changes of use in that area, we would obviously have a public consultation process because that's our norm and our practice. The second public concern is why are we entering into a third-party maintenance agreement? So this was anticipated even during the negotiation of the licensing agreement with the OPG. We had noted right in that agreement that we would consider entering into a third-party maintenance agreement. And the reason for that is it's a specialized skill set. And I want to take a moment to address this because rightfully, and we've had questions that, well, you're just maintaining a trail. It's just trail maintenance. It's just structures on trails. You have that throughout the city. And that is correct. The problem is with maintenance is you have to understand when a maintenance issue becomes a hazard to the users. That's the specialized knowledge that our staff doesn't have, that the Mountain Bike Trail Association does have. And that's why we're recommending entering into that agreement. And then finally, on this, there's Canada Games legacy funding that is available to the Mountain Bike Association to help them maintain and operate the course. And we are still trying to confirm this, but our current understanding of this is the city would not be eligible for this funding. So this would actually help offset some of the costs of maintaining this course going forward. There was a lot of questions regarding the slope stability and references to a washout that was near the north end. This washout was not caused by the mountain bike course. This washout was caused by a leak in a storm sewer. We repaired that storm sewer, so we're no longer concerned that it will affect the stability of the slope. And also, as part of the OPG license, we are required to have a minimum maintenance standard, which requires us to staff this park. If you remember, during budget discussions, we put a staff member in to monitor this park. Doing the inspection in this area and monitoring the slope is part of their duties as they go around the park to maintain it. And then finally was the NPC role. So council may recall, and it's attached to the report, a letter from MPCA with a motion regarding the future use of the mountain bike course. Staff found that letter was a little ambiguous considering the way that the course was already constructed. So we met with the director of the MPCA regarding this to get some clarification. And they clarified the points that are on the screen. The mountain bike course is approved, period. There are no additional conditions from the MPCA to operate the course in its current condition and its current location. Any alterations or expansions to the course may be subject to MPCA approval, depending on what it is. And of course, that could include environmental and slope stability studies. Any alteration or change of use to the remaining valley area may also be subject to MPCA regulation, which also may include environmental and slope stability studies. The current mixed-use trail, so the remaining trail through the 12 Mile Creek that's not part of the mountain bike course, is approved and does not require a permit. Those were the main concerns that we faced, and so now we get to the staff recommendation. Basically, the staff recommendation is to keep the existing course, commence negotiations with the MTMA for them to maintain the course, following all current city policies for this process. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And I will actually ask you, if you want to go back and sit down, you can do that, because you're the only presenter this evening on this particular issue. Now, before we get to questions, comments, and concerns, I just want to remind council that on May 15th, the report recommendation was tabled by Councillor Kushner and seconded by Councillor Harris. I just want to make sure, Councillor Kushners and Harris, you are comfortable being the mover and the seconder again? Excellent, that's good to hear. Then I will look to those with questions, comments, or concerns. I know Councillor Kushner has some amendments, so we'll start with that as it is his motion. If we could just open Councillor Kushner's mic. Councillor Kushner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one question of staff. Our objective is to expand recreational opportunities in the city, and the Mountain Bike Association has certainly done that. And the question is, if the city did that, what would be the cost? I'm sure we don't have the dollar amount, but I think we have the number of hours that the Mountain Bike Association has put in.
Mr. Smith, on the spot, sir.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I really have no concept of what that cost would be because it's not my area of expertise to build a trail like that.
I'm going to go a little bit outside the bounds of normal decorum because it appears we have a number of members of the trail maintenance group right here for us. If we could get one spokesperson to give us an estimate of how many hours would go into a full season of maintenance. And it doesn't have to be an exact number, an estimate is fine.
I mean, it's hard to tell how many hours. I mean, we were out there every Saturday morning for 4 hours for most of the year. So we had over 1,500 hours to build what you see in the race itself.
Okay. So we're talking in the hundreds of hours.
Well, to clarify, that was to build the course. To maintain it would be different. Still be more.
But still maybe, we're exceeding 3 digits. Okay, that's the number I was hoping for. Councillor Kushner, continue, feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak to the amendments later when they come up.
Okay, so we'll add you to the speaking queue. Do you want to place the amendments on the motion now?
Well, we could, and I'd speak to them now.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, because there are amendments that Councillor Kushner has brought forward, and Councillor Harris, you're aware of these amendments. Are they friendly amendments? Okay. So we have a couple of amendments, Mayor, that there be community engagement if there are any proposed modifications to the mountain bike course or change of use to the recreational trail. As Mr. Smith indicated, that would be normal case. Staff be directed to report on the possibility of a plan for the future use of the 12 Mile Creek area. I think that direction is well taken. That the requirements on page 4 be amended to include a trail etiquette agreement, and further that to ensure residents abutting 12 Mile Creek regarding the impact on their properties, any changes along the 12 Mile Creek be subject to slope stability. So again, to changes that I think would be well taken. And Councillor Kushner can speak to it first.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Councillor Kushner speak to it first, and then you can jump in the queue. You can jump in the queue. So I'd feel free to accept it as friendly, Councillor. It sounded to me like you said yes. Councillor Kushner, go for it.
I'm not sure what you said, but I agree with my colleague. Yes, Mr. Mayor, this issue, as you're aware, has been very contentious. It turned out to be an election issue, and the reason it was contentious is our staff were not involved, because if they were, we would have had community involvement. And now that we do, our staff is to be congratulated for responding very quickly to the concerns of the residents. And without any other speakers in opposition, it's very clear that our staff have done an excellent job. There are, the lower part of the course is somewhat problematic according to 2 residents, but with the amendments, there are sufficient protections. And what I would say is that it's necessary that we expedite the agreement, because right now there are unauthorized changes to the path, and they are somewhat possibly dangerous, and they should be taken down. And if we have the agreement with the Mountain Bike Association, then there would be monitoring the site, there would be proper signage on the site, and also there would be educational for the etiquette use of that site. And when we met with the Mountain Bike Association, we were very impressed with the etiquette plan that they had, that they would give first priority to walkers. They would have to stop their bikes. And for safety reasons, there's all kinds of protection for other people using the site. And also with the amendments, the neighborhood can be assured that there will be proper community engagement and that any changes would be subject to rigorous environmental assessments. Thank you.
All right, and can we open Councillor Harris's mic, as he is the seconder to the motion, so he can speak to it and ask his question?
I guess the only question I have is, are the amendments redundant? Because I heard Director Smith saying that's actually going to be included in the agreement, and as part of our stewardship, all those things would be happening. So that was the only question I had.
So I think some of them have been covered already by Mr. Smith, but I think having them in the main motion provides clarity for the community as well.
Okay.
So you're comfortable with it?
Sure.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Harris. All right, I have Councillor Ratzlaff, followed by Councillor Phillips and Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, just two quick comments. I think it's great that we have a dedicated volunteer group willing to look after this trail. I use it fairly regularly. I got a flat the other day on it last week, but that wasn't their fault. I've even brought my 9 and 8-year-old down to use the lower section, and they love it. My other comment doesn't directly relate to this, but at the downtown block party on July 15th, staff has worked hard to, they're in the process of creating an active transportation master plan, and so staff's gonna be presenting that at the block party at noon, and it'd be great to have as many bikers out there as possible to hear about the master plan, see what the presentation that staff has, and be involved. So since we have some folks who I know enjoy biking, just want to extend a formal invitation to them.
Councillor, did you just take your comment on this motion and turn it into an advertising spiel for your block party on July 15th?
That's the downtown BIA, and it's the active transportation master plan that's being created by the city, by staff, so I just want to point that out.
Point well taken, thank you. So all of our friends in the audience, you have heard that. All right, moving on to Councillor Phillips. Councillor Townsend, can you turn yours on? I'm not quite sure what just happened there. Everything went weird. All right, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strongly support the staff recommendation of involving a third party. Number one, if they build it, they're going to be able to maintain it. We have a national class bike path that they built for us. I think back to the Niagara Olympic Club and the arrangement we had with them when the track was built and how successful that's been. We encouraged partnerships with the city and our neighboring organizations. And the Niagara Olympic Club they've maintained that track for years and years and years. They raised half the money, the city gave them half the money, but when it was maintained, they raised money through shoe tags and renting it out to schools. Our third-party organization could do the same thing if they wanted to, as far as clubs are concerned and events. So I see it as a real positive for the city. We have someone maintaining a first-class facility, and they're going to look after it like it's their own, because it will be their own. So I strongly, strongly support the third-party engagement.
All right, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, this is certainly very exciting. However, I do need to ask a few questions. We have partnered with volunteer groups in the past to do projects similar to this, where within a year or two, groups have walked away and has kind of been left to the city. My question is maybe if someone can share how many members are part of the mountain bike group, and it's maybe if someone who's in the audience who would know this number more than I would.
68 at the moment for the 2023 term.
That's pretty phenomenal, I have to say. So 68 volunteers. And my other question too is for funding. To understand the Canada Summer Games Legacy Fund, are they going to be eligible to apply for funding? Because there's obviously going to be some money that's going to be needed to maintain the course. Would this group be eligible for it?
Mr. Oakes?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the Canada Games, you're correct, has a legacy fund. It's going to be managed through Sport Niagara. There's still details specific to how that funding will be allocated to various sporting groups or associations. But it's my understanding the intent is to help continue with the various sports within that were part of the Canada Games and to move that forward. But the specifics are still to be ironed out, I believe, with Sport Niagara.
Thank you for that. And through you, Chair, the staff person who will be working with this group, will they be reporting back to council on a yearly basis, kind of with updates, maybe what the needs for the trail are, what the needs of the group are, just so council is kept in the loop?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. So that would be part of our reporting process on through our budget submissions, because our budget submissions will outline those needs and requirements that come forward along the trail.
Is that an amendment that, through you, Chair, that should be added? I think it's going to be important to have a staff member dedicated to work with the group so that council is going to be made aware of what the needs are, the funding. It's not going to be fair just to kind of leave it in the hands of a volunteer group to look after funding. I think that it's going to be important if we want to continue this partnership that there is some type of work involved with staff reporting back to council. Is that a fair addition that can be added as an amendment, please?
I'm seeing nods from the councilors, so fair amendment that, well, exactly what council
Yeah,
tells
I
them,
think
that
just
staff report back.
to have a staff report back on an annual basis to inform council of the needs for any updates required based on what the group provides to the staff member. I think that's going to be really important to have an ongoing staff member committed to that.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
Through you, Mayor, since Mr. Cooper will be that staff member and he nodded to me, we can accommodate that.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper, and we look forward to seeing what's in store, and I'll certainly be down there with my, maybe a bicycle. We'll see. Thanks.
Can we refer to Mr. Cooper as Coop? I feel like if you were Mr. Cooper as a high school teacher, you'd be Coop. Thanks, Coop. All right, Councilor Miller.
Yeah, two questions. The first one, that Second Amendment, a report on the possibility of a plan. What's the outcome we're expecting from that? Because I would just imagine staff could answer right now whether they can have a possibility of a plan. That seems pretty straightforward. So what are we, like, are there going to be resources attached to that, or what's the expected outcome?
All right, would the mover or the seconder like to speak to that? I think the question, okay, so can we open Councilor Harris's mic?
What I envision, if staff are coming back once a year or an annual thing, like perhaps they would be coming back with some recommendations with their partner in this course, like perhaps there's going to be a need for like porta potties or, you know, bathrooms at some point at the thing, like just different things that might come up as it progresses. You know what I mean?
Now can we open up Councilor Miller's mic?
I guess what I'm asking is, are we approving, by approving this amendment, the staff resources to develop a plan for the 12 Mile Creek area, or is staff going to come back with a report on what developing a plan for the 12 Mile Creek area is going to look like? Is that the latter, I'm assuming?
Can we open, well, Mr. Smith will speak first because we have a staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So Councilor Kushner contacted me about this, and I've talked to Mr. Christie about this, and it would be it would be the latter. It would be reporting back on the possibility of a plan. There's a couple of options to address this, whether it's through our annual report or through the next upgrade of the rec master plan. So there's avenues available to us which would not require additional staff resources to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. That sounds good. My second question is, there's a part of this report that addresses our efforts around homelessness engagement, and this has come up recently around another recreational activity, which is disc golf in community gardens. And so just right off the bat, I'm fully in support of this, this motion, this report, and I'm excited to see the bicycle course. Some of the discourse around the discourse, I didn't mean to do that, around the discourse was that we were removing encampments specifically because of recreational activities, and then some people suggested that the mayor said, and I'm not saying the mayor did say this, it just came up, that people would be allowed on 12 Mile Creek.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just to,
so maybe we can
to
address that.
categorically deny the nonsense that was written online,
Okay.
I will simply say to those folks in the community who are making things up,
okay,
stop making things up. Counselor, and I find it frustrating to be reading things that I've apparently said online that I have never said. And going forward, I'll request if people have questions about things they've heard me say, feel free to ask me, because I'm pretty open, say a lot of things out loud with my mouth, with words, rather than simply making things up.
And I appreciate that. And so I guess my question around this course specifically is that this will be an ongoing recreational opportunity. And so it seems like an encampment on the course, if that were to happen, is a more immediate, urgent challenge than maybe a disc golf tournament that happens annually, if even that. So I know the report spoke a little bit to what our general plan is when it comes to homelessness outreach and our participation in the task force. I'm just wondering if there's any specific changes to that plan because of the unique nature of this course with regards to encampments on potentially being on the course.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take a stab at this, and the CAO or Deputy CAO can figuratively kick me under the table if I wander too far. So obviously, for an active use recreational facility, we will discourage encampments from being there, which means, speaking to those people that tend to go in those areas. For the most part, when we do have an active recreational event happening, there has been support from the homeless community to move on because they don't want to be in the way either. And the second comment I will make is, generally speaking, the homeless encampments tend to happen towards the north end of the 12 Mile Creek because that's closer to the access to the services that they require for assistance. So I'm not saying we never get encampments in the south end of 12 Mile Creek, but they are very rare.
Okay, and I think that's fair enough. I just wanted to make sure we were being mindful of that, just again, because it had just come up with the disc golf course. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell.
I just want to clarify for Counselor Miller. He mentioned something about annually the disc golf runs. 2 disc golf clubs actually use Richard Pierpoint Park annually all year round, and this particular disc golf tournament happens annually at Richard Pierpoint Park.
Thank you for the clarification. So we have a motion on the board. Seeing no further comments, questions, queries, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Back to item 9.1, which is Community Recreation and Culture Services and Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, Merritton Centennial Arena Operations. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Counselor Lindell. Councillor Phillips. The motion is on the board. Are there any questions? Just one sec. Any questions or comments with respect to the motion on the board? I have Councillor Lindell and then Councillor Garcia. I'm not sure how Councillor Lindell did that.
I don't know, maybe I'm special. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I'm really happy that the City of St. Catharines will be running the Merritton Arena. As I've discussed with Director Christie a couple of times, the Merritton Arena, the Merritton Community Center, the pool are the heart of Merritton, and that arena is part of our fabric. The city has done a fabulous job with the other arenas, and I know that they're going to do an amazing job with this particular arena, and I don't think a contract person would have been able to understand the community that Merritton Arena has like our city employees can. I also want to say thank you to Terry Newhouse and Doug Nolan, who have been maintaining that arena and keeping it one of the cleanest arenas in the city, and I know our city staff will be able to keep that up. And thank you to the Merritton Lions Club and Jeff Crane for running it for so long, and we'll carry on their tradition as best as we can. Again, thank you to the city for running this arena. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Lindell that that is the way to go. I just had a question through you to the Director Christie. You have a chart here showing what the revenue would be and what the expenditures are estimated. Do you have a comparison to what it costs the city when the Lions were running it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do not have a full comparison. We don't have full data from the Merritton Lions as to what their books looked like when they ran it. We had asked for it. Unfortunately, we didn't get access to it.
Thank you, Director. So, okay, that answers my question, Mr. Mayor. So we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there are no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to motions, and we will start with item 10.1, which is the reimbursement of building permit fees for Gillian's Place. Moving the motion is Councillor Stevens, and do I have a seconder? Councillor Townsend. Councillor Stevens, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, just as Gillian's Place is a very much-needed facility, and it's unfortunate, but it's just they do such a good in the community, and they have a big renovation underway, which to add some more other services that they didn't have before, and the fact that they just do such a good service. And if there's any questions, actually, we have, yes, I can't remember her name. I'm sorry.
Do we have Nicole in the, yeah, I see Nicole over there.
Nicole is here from Gillian's Place if anybody does have any questions to ask her. They just provide a really good service, and I just think that's one way that the city can help them is by reimbursing the fees for their building permit, as we've done it on other locations with other organizations before. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. And I will say, I remind my colleagues on council, we did try to move this very quickly through the last council. There seemed to be very much overwhelming support for this, but we did want to follow the procedure just if there were questions. Are there any further questions? This might be one of the easiest motions of the year. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Stevens,
Definitely.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor McPherson,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
A hearty yes.
Counselor Phillips,
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Excellent. Moving on to item 10.2, in memory of Heather Winterstein. And prior to discussing the motion, council will hear a delegation from Heather Winterstein's mother, Francine Shimizu. So Francine, if you'd like to come up and speak. Just through these doors right over here. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for your time to listen to me. My daughter, Heather Winterstein, passed away after waiting extensively in the waiting area of the St. Catharines General Hospital's Emergency Department on December 10th, 2021. The events that occurred at the ER on December 9th and the 10th are somewhat obvious to myself, her father, her extensive family, and community. We have been patiently waiting for answers. Patiently. It has been 1 year, 6 months, and a day ago, or 549 days. To me, it feels like yesterday, but at the same time, I also feel I've endured a century of pain, confusion, anger, and helplessness. I've been patiently and desperately waiting for the reports from the Niagara EMS or the Region of Niagara, the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, and the Ontario Coroner's Office. I wish 5 minutes was all it could take to convince you the long and lonely road 549 days has been for me. I want to grieve for my daughter who was so beautiful and special to me, but I cannot without the conclusive answers that most cases receive. I do not understand why it is taking so long for the conclusions of the investigations and the reports outlining what happened to my daughter. I am sad and I miss her. I do not think it is fair she was taken from me and in the method it was done. I seek justice for the wrongful death of my daughter, Heather Winterstein. She was only 23 years old with a bright future ahead of her. She hoped to be a nurse one day, and she was well on her way. Heather loved animals and her pets. She had 2 dogs, 2 cats, a bird, rabbits, and guinea pigs. She also loved horses. It also saddens me to know the potential she had and her persistence to overcome her obstacles. She could have been someone this community would have been very proud of, but none of us will ever know. I stand before you as a broken mother. I seek answers that unfortunately the entities of the province has not provided. I am requesting your assistance to expedite this process. My goal is to prevent another death like this to occur again, ever. We cannot learn unless we have the answers to the questions we ask. I wish to know and understand how and why my daughter died. To do nothing to prevent this from occurring again is not only irresponsible on my part, but I believe it is sinful. Please help me gain access to the completed reports from the Region of Niagara, the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, and the Ontario Coroner's Office. I also asked for a tree to be planted in Heather's honor at Montebello Park. Thank you.
Francine, if you could just hold for just 1 second, and thank you for presenting here today. Are there any questions for Francine before she sits down? All right, thank you. Feel free to have a seat. At this time, I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Phillips to take the chair so that I can move the motion.
Yes, Mayor Cisco?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I do need a seconder for this motion, so I don't know who we want to call on.
Councillor Lindell?
There we go. I'm going to read this, Mr. Mayor. Whereas Heather Winterstein, a young Indigenous woman who went to the emergency room on December the 9th, 2021 at the St. Catharines site of the Niagara Health System, suffering from back pain and feeling unwell, where she was given Tylenol, Advil, and a sandwich. After being sent home with Tylenol, the back pain became far more severe, and Heather called for an ambulance. And whereas after being taken back to the ER, she was left in the waiting room, unattended and unmonitored, until she collapsed and died. Heather, who was 24 years old, died from necrotizing fasciitis, strep a condition that is preventable if treated properly. And whereas the Ministry of Health had started their own external investigation into the response by Niagara EMS, which has not yet been shared with the family or the Chief Coroner for Ontario. And whereas the Chief Coroner for Ontario has not released a report to the family of Heather Winterstein to understand how and why Heather died, and will not until the investigation by the Ministry of Health into the response by Niagara EMS has been completed, therefore be it resolved that on behalf of Francine Chemizu, mother of Heather Winterstein, the St. Catharines City Council calls on the Honourable Sylvia Jones, Minister of Health, and the Ministry of Health to share the results of their investigation with Francine Chemizu and the Chief Coroner for Ontario. And be it further resolved that on behalf of Francine Chemizu, mother of Heather Winterstein, the St. Catharines City Council calls on the Chief Coroner for Ontario to release its inquiry to the family of Heather Winterstein. And be it further resolved that the City of St. Catharines plant a memorial tree in Montebello Park to honor Heather's memory in the fall of 2023 at no cost to Heather's family through the Memorial Tree Planting Program. And if I can speak to this very briefly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I've had the opportunity with my staff to meet with Francine and to discuss what's gone on. The goal of this motion is very simply to provide the family with answers. I've also been in contact with the Niagara Health System. My office has been in contact with the Ministry of Health, and we are trying to follow a process that makes sense. I've been assured by members of the health system that this is the process that makes sense. This is also the best first opportunity for us to call on that information to be released to the family. I can't imagine what it would be like to wait a year, 6 months, and a day and still not have the answers that are needed. And as Ms. Chemizu mentioned, the goal whenever a tragedy like this takes place is to put in place procedures, to put in place ways to avoid ever having this happen again. And until that information is released, and until the results of the inquiry, until those results of the inquiry are released to the family, no changes can be taken, no changes can be made. The process can't be better, and we can't avoid a situation like this happening in the future. So I respectfully request my colleagues support this motion, and if passed, I very firmly and strongly demand that the results of the inquiry be released to the family so that the coroner can do their jobs and we can try and prevent this from ever happening again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Extremely well said. And on behalf of, before we call council's vote, on behalf of the mayor and city council, we'd like to express our sincere condolences to the parents and to their extended family on what happened, and what you're doing going forward, I'm sure will save another life. And thank you for being here tonight. And at this point, I'll ask the clerk to call the question.
Mayor Cisco? Yes. Sorry, just one moment.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Phillips?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you, council.
Francine, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for sharing with council everything that you shared with me. And while I'm saddened that we'll be planting a tree, I hope we can all be there with you to support you when we do that, so that we can remember your daughter the way she should be remembered. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 10.3, the issuance of debentures. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Garcia. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Phillips. Any speakers to the motion? This is very much housekeeping, but the budget chair always speaks to this one. Councillor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to double check with the Director of Finance. It's the first time I have done this, so as budget chair, I'm assuming that the amount that we are requesting to be issued is just the amount that is in keeping with the approved capital budget and according to our policy in terms of using debt to finance some of our capital projects. Is that correct?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That is correct. These are amounts for completed capital projects. They are being debentured for a 30-year term as they relate to the city's storm, water, or sanitary sewer systems.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions from council, we will go to the voting process, please. Clerk?
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Phillips.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Thank you. 10.4, request for review of a prisoner transfer. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Lindell. Seconding the motion, I have Councillor Townsend. Councillor Lindell, would you like to speak to it?
Should I read the motion first?
Sure, you may.
Whereas Paul Bernardo has committed the heinous crimes of kidnapping, torture, rape, and killings against Kristen French and Leslie Mahaffey, causing unimaginable pain to their families, and whereas Paul Bernardo drugged and killed his 15-year-old future sister-in-law and has been convicted of raping 14 others in Scarborough, and whereas the families of the victims must endure recurring pain each time this individual's name reoccurs in the news, and whereas according to the French Mahaffey lawyer Ted Danson, the parole board has declared that Bernardo is just as dangerous as ever and remains a dangerous offender who is presently serving an indeterminate prison sentence, and whereas the Correctional Services of Canada has deemed that Bernardo should be transferred from a maximum security facility at Millhaven to the less strict medium security facility at La Macasa in the Laurentians, and whereas the Correctional Services Canada has not been transparent in disclosing its reasons for the move, therefore be it resolved that the St. Catharines City Council respectfully requests that Anne Kelly, Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada, and the Minister of Public Safety, the Honourable Marco Mendicino, review the decision to move this convicted murderer from Millhaven in Kingston to La Macasa in Quebec. And be it further resolved that this motion be sent to MPP Jenny Stevens, Niagara Regional Chair Jim Bradley, MP Chris Biddle, Minister of Public Safety, the Honourable Marco Mendicino, and the Head of Correctional Services of Canada, Commissioner Anne Kelly.
Councillor, do you want to speak to the motion?
I do, thank you. I want to talk about Kristen French and Leslie Mahaffey. As some of the teachers and parents around this horseshoe can tell you, at 14 and 15 years old, these girls were still very innocent, finding out who they were, and their lives were snatched from them by someone who is the most reviled murderer in Canadian history. Their rights and freedoms weren't even considered. Leslie Mahaffey was 14 years old. She was close to her brother, Ryan. She had lost one of her best friends in a car accident and was at a wake with her friends until 2 a.m. She went to a phone to call a friend to sleep over, then tried to go home. She never made it home. Kristen French was 15. She was a figure skater and a rower, and she loved her family. Her smile could light up a room. She had the same routine every day after school. She would walk home and feed her dog, and then walk her dog. That day, she never made it home. Their families are left with memories and heartache, knowing that they suffered unimaginably in the last days of their lives at the hands of a couple who had no care or concern for anyone but themselves and only cared about what they wanted. The green ribbon that Kristen French's family and classmates adapted was to give hope. The Green Ribbon Hope campaign for Child Find Canada still raises money to this day to help find missing children and assist families of missing children. We walked the Green Ribbon Trail in Port Dalhousie. We passed by the monument to honor Kristen French, and we remember bright lights extinguished way too soon. And now Corrections Services of Canada, following a scale of risk factors, which is just data, just numbers, is transferring her murderer, who has been declared a dangerous offender, a designation reserved for Canada's most violent criminals and sexual predators, to an open concept campus, without care or consideration of the families who still suffer every single day, without transparency to the families, without telling them why, stating the rights of the person who robbed them of everything to prevent them from doing so. These families deserve so much more, and I hope you'll support this motion tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. I want to express thanks to Councillors Lindell and Townsend. Both of them reached out and asked about making the motion. I'm glad they were able to make and second this one. Are there any questions or comments with respect to the motion? Councillor Townsend? Can we open Councillor Townsend's mic? Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. There's not much to add. There is one change that I think needs to be made, and it's to send to members of Parliament across Canada, if Councillor Lindell will be open to that. But I also think members of provincial Parliament across Ontario should all receive this so that they know how St. Catharines is feeling about this. Thank you.
Councillor Lindell is indicating that that is friendly. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just ask the movers, Councillor Lindell and Townsend, if we can include the mention of the Jane Doe, because I think oftentimes in the case of Paul Bernardo, Jane Does are not mentioned, and the lives of one of those individuals I know very well, and it was ruined by her experience and what happened to her with Paul Bernardo. So I'd just like to include Jane Doe, please.
So in terms of, in the first paragraph, pain on their families as well as the families of the Jane Does? Is that of on their families, comma?
Would that be better in the paragraph with the fact that he was, because he was convicted of rape as well, right? So wouldn't that be better in the second one, the 14 women and Jane Doe of Niagara, of St. Catharines?
In the second paragraph? Okay. In Scarborough and Jane Doe in Niagara. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments?
Just to fix the bottom part, it'd be MPs across Canada and then MPPs across Ontario.
So delete a P from MPP. And MPPs across Ontario. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, before I ask the clerk to call the roll again, I'll thank Councillors Lindell and Townsend. I, like everybody else in the community, was angered to see this in the news last week. The question's been asked by some, why would we intervene in a situation like this? And I appreciate the amendment from Councillor Townsend because I think it's important, not just for the people directly involved, but for all of the elected officials at the federal level in Canada and the provincial officials to understand exactly what this means to this community. I sincerely hope that the federal government, which has the power to make a change in this situation, hears this message loudly and clearly. I know local MPs have been making this case on Parliament Hill as well. I hope that something is done soon and this can be arrested. And I appreciate the fact that this motion goes to pains to not mention the individual's name more than is absolutely necessary, because I think all of us would much prefer if his name did not appear in the media again. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Phillips.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Krishner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Are there any notices of motion for the next meeting? Seeing none, are there any report requests for the next meeting? Seeing none. We have committee and task force minutes. The council receive and file the minutes of the Heritage Permit Advisory Committee meeting of March 30th, 2023, draft, and the minutes of the Fallen Firefighters Memorial Task Force meeting of March 14th, 2023 is presented. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are headed to closed session. To the clerk.
So the reasons to go into closed session today is item 1, Office of the CAO, Property Matter Disposal, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality for 320 Geneva Street, Realty file number 20.046. Item 2 is Legal and Clerk Services, Ssonix Fire update, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and 239(2)F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And item 3 is the additional item 7.2, which was pulled, Legal and Clerk Services, appointments to committees and task forces, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Suit 239 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Motion to go in camera for the above reasons. Councillor Townsend, Councillor Ratzlaff, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We are back. So for 15.1, Office of the CAO, Property Matter Disposal, 320 Geneva Street, Realty File Number 20.046. I have Councillor Townsend moving and Councillor Harris seconding the motion. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Sorry. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Is it no? Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 15.2, Legal and Clerk Services, Legal Services Ssonix Fire Update. I have Councillor Dodge moving the motion, and seconding I have Councillor Phillips. I'll look to the clerk.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 15.3, Legal and Clerk Services Committee and Task Force Appointments. Moving the motion, I have Councillor McPherson. Seconding, I have Councillor Phillips. To the clerk.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Council and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Councillor Harris, if you just want to have a seat while we finish up. Nope, not quite. Motion that the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to S be read a first time, considered and passed, and they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Lindell, Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Additional bylaw A be read a first time, considered and passed. A bylaw to amend bylaw number 2014-169 entitled a bylaw to appoint a chief building official and inspectors under the Ontario Building Code Act 1992, one reading with respect to change in personnel, delegation of powers and duties bylaw number 2020-156. Mover and a seconder, Miller and Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adjournment. Who wants to do adjournment? Councillor Kushner, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? Good night.